Oh, g'day champions. I think I'm clipping, aren't I? How is the signal? That's all right if I don't yell. What's going on, legends? How are we? We've got a lot to get through today, so I'm just going to get right into it. Reports of this one are that it went pop and no output. Getter's all intact. Wrong view. There we go. Getters are all intact. From the rear, it's JVM 410. Mark Gooden, Dad, how you going? John Hogg. I don't know why I have to say your last name, but you've only got 2 syllables, so. Mark Spurgeon. Is it Spurgeon or Spurgeon? Mum, how you going? Mum and Dad watching. What are you, in separate rooms or something? Ty, how you going, Luke? Villy. I'm going to call you Villy. I don't know if it's Vil or Villy. Lyle, how you going, legend? Number 3, Phillips. Shut up. Hot and steamy. I hear you guys have been getting a lot of storm activity. I'm watching Daniel Shaw. I put it on in the background. It's like a lava lamp in the workshop. Try and relax. I'll turn it on mute, but just have the ever-changing landscape videography of Tornado Alley or nearby. Mark's feeling better. Yeah, Mark, I saw your message. Well, I answered your message yesterday. He's saying that he's going to carefully try and play his new guitar. ES335, was it, or 345? I think it was an ES335. .94 and raining, Jesus. 94. Sweating. ES335, nice. Was that a brand newie or a second-hander? I forget. I think it had a nice patina to it, didn't it? So it was a nice second-hander, nice used one. Alright, so you've probably seen these things before. JVM 410H head version. I don't know that they made a combo version. They're basically the next iteration of the Swiss Army amp from Marshall. Is my bench getting less stable? What's going on? They got MIDI controlled channel switching and whatnot. Yeah, I don't know if it's the chassis that's twisted or my bench. This is a 100 watt head, EL34s, you know, the usual Marshall stuff. It's got digital reverb, diagonal transformers, and it's generally built down to a price, of course. However, it is our flagship model. So, read from that what you will. Excuse me, I've got hiccups. Alright, where were we? So this one went pop, and then no output. So I'm guessing an HT fuse and a valve failure. But we shall see. So on the back of this is the mains fuse, but no HT fuse. And down here I can see there is a blown HT fuse. So what first thing I'll do is test the valves. I won't fire it up at full voltage this time like I did last time and short out a MOSFET in the valve tester. We'll just slowly bring it up and see if one of them's failed. It could just be a spontaneous valve failure with no other symptoms on the amp other than a blown fuse, but we'll find out. I was going to say the hard way, we'll find out the easy way. Sorry, I don't have valve tester cam. I'll just try Droid cam, see if that works. Won't be able to see your comments momentarily, but whatever. Droid cam, there you are. Boom. Droid cam only. There we go. You can still hear me, can't you? Blah, 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 blah. Test, test, test. Yeah, you can still hear me. Ooh, blue. Alright. Plate voltage on. You can see the grid voltage there. Plate voltage, screen voltage, screen voltage. Slowly bringing it up. Let's see where it is now. Okay, so pretty widespread, but we are in a pretty non-linear region. Okay, we've got those two up around the 18 to 20. We've got 13, 14 on the other one, on the other two, so we've got a pretty wide spread. But I don't think we've got any hard shorts. So we may have a shorted diode or something, so let's check that. You can see down in here, the blown fuse down in there. Blown pretty hard too, so that to me thinks, see the quality of the Samsung camera there? See this blurry region around here? And then it switches to its other lens. It's just got this, it looks like smudges on the lens, because there's a fundamental problem with the lens in these things that they're in denial about. So I must go back and shove this phone up their ass sideways. Anyway, stop. Yes. Actually, before I continue, well, I've got Droid Cam out. Restart. I got a new ultrasonic cleaner. Never mind, I'll just take you to a trip. take you for a trip to the bathroom. But here it is. Digital. Yeah, right. I love the bad translation on everything. Admonition. Do not use this unit when the tank is not to fill the water. Digital Pro Plus. Whatever. So this is a really long one. You can see it's pretty manky because I've been cleaning a shit ton of boards. It sounds great. Listen to this. Oh, it's a lovely sound. The whole idea behind that is to clean boards after manufacturing. So you've got flux on the board after manufacturing, after soldering assembly. You know what I'm trying to say? Stop, yes, stop. Go back, enlarge, and we're back. So when you first finish soldering a board, you got all the flux on the board, right? So the board looks like this. See the flux there? It's not too bad. It's not like cooked or anything, but you can see the little shininess around all the solder joints there. And what the ultrasonic does with a cleaning agent, it removes it all without manual mechanical removal. So it ends up looking like that. Hard to see there with the light, but you can see there's no residue on that board at all. And that's all courtesy of the ultrasonic. So I got that really long one. I didn't believe that you'd be able to get one in that kind of dimension, like 500 long by about 100 wide by 200 high, but that's perfect size. And I've been using a cleaning agent from Electrolube undiluted at about 40 degrees C, because it does have a heater as well. Here's the cleaning solution. 5 litre, they're sort of like a goon sack. Gotta get a bottle to put it back in, because you can reuse it for a while until it gets saturated with shmoo, and then you dispose of it and start a new batch. That was undiluted. I think the next one I might dilute it 50-50 with demineralized water to see if it still works fine. And after you've finished washing it, you rinse it with just tap water first, and then rinse the tap water off with demineralized water thoroughly until there's none of that cleaning residue left, even though it does have anti corrosion additives and whatnot. It's advisable to clean it all off. Anyway, let's see what's going on with this thing. Now it's on the HT side, not the main side, so I doubt it's a transformer. Steve-O, how you going, mate? Flagship in this case does not mean their best, yeah. Well, what's their best these days? It's Marshall. They're a venture capitalist absorbed company, so you're not going to see anything good out of them ever again. Okay, no short there. Put 500 meg to ground there. So we've got a problem with the bias circuit perhaps. Okay, R20 and R27 have been replaced by 2 pieces of bus wire. What's up with that? They normally the bias sense resistors perhaps? I think they are. So I reckon they've gone short in the past, they've gone open in the past. And someone's bypassed them. I'll just show you what I'm talking about. Middle of the frame. In we go. You see there? What used to be two, probably 1 ohm, 1 watt resistors are now 2 pieces of wire soldered together. So I hope this isn't a case of the JVM boards going conductive like the TSL boards, because look at the complexity of this board. There's no fucking way I am making a replacement for these, especially when they're so recent. Can you cook chips? Everyone comments that it looks like a deep frying unit. So what I might do is give it some power with the Variac, see if it draws excessive current. And we'll see if we've got some board leakage. This might be a case we'll have to set it up outside of frame and come and check on it periodically rather than just sitting it there and staring at it for half an hour. So remember the valves are removed, the EL34s are removed. So we don't need to plug in a speaker because we've got no output valves. On. Off we go. Alright, no jumps in current there. Relay's clicking on. Drawing like 24, 25 watts. About 30 watts at full power. So I'll plug that directly into the wall. And we'll do some testing. Just check we've got bias supply. Minus 46. Minus 47. Now there are independent per side trim pots there, so the fact that voltage isn't the same isn't a big thing. One thing I've had on some of the DSL series from Marshall recently is the margins aren't big enough on the circuit boards, and there are some positions on the HT supply that's short to the ground plane nearby. Is everything looking a bit dim today, champions? I think my exposure might be able to come up a bit. Just my LCD looks a bit washed out. It might be just a little bit on the dark side today, champions. Dark side. ISO 250. Okay, my chat stopped working again on YouTube. And we're back. Could just be me. Could be my screen. G'day James, how you going? No? Why would I? Fuck off. Yeah, so Lyle, I've heard from Europe that some guys that you and I trust have experienced leaking JVM 410 boards. So that's a worry. Yeah, of course Marshall would ask. It's like asking the criminal if he did any crimes. So I don't think Marshall will have much credibility on that one. Next visit, I'll bring the dim sims, cook them in the ultrasonic. I'll fucking imagine. If you could smell the solvent, you'd know how queasy that makes me feel to think of food anywhere near that shit. uh. So yeah, it's just got me a bit twigged out because someone has bypassed those cathode resistors, not bypassed, but fully removed and taken them out of circuit. So those resistors were floating up in the air, so they've cut the resistor body off and then soldered both the leads back together. That makes me concerned because if it was drawing excessive current, it would have burned them out. And that's happened in the past, and then the customer continued using it for a while, and now it's like the same thing's happened again, but the next weakest thing has blown, which is the HT fuse. Biggest issues I had were the front board standoffs compress and lose grip, crappy push buttons, get dirty, hard to clean. Yeah, so they've got those stupid aluminium expandy standoffs they've got on this and the mode 4. Okay, Victor, how you going? Gringo Pig, what's happening, champion? So, how about I put the EL34s in, we put the Variac back on, and we just let it cook for a sec. Now those two were lower current, so I'll put one of them per side. It's really funny when you take the valves out and you're walking around with them and they're still glowing. It's like you've decapitated them and they're still blinking at you. It's really cool. So yeah, visually they look fine. Little bit of metallization that shows that they've been used for a while, but there's no whitening of the text or blackening of the text. Oh, hang on. No. So two of them. Yeah, so the two that were probably... So which ones were they? They were the right-hand ones that were running a bit hot. So these ones have started showing a bit of discoloration on the envelope, on the text. But they were the ones that were a bit hotter, so maybe that's just by virtue of them not being that matched, or maybe that's happened thanks to the amp. It's hard to tell. I think either way we're going to be up for a new quad. Could go trying to match some to the existing better looking two, but there's no guarantee that they'll be available in that range. And then I'd go ruining another quad anyway. So let's just pop that back on the Vari Smack. Let's sit that at around 150 volts for the moment. Put my handy dandy bias measurement meters on it. Plug in the dummy load. I might have a listen too while we're there. Got to change that HT fuse first. So what is that? That's a T1A. Gotta order like 1,000 T1A fuses, so I keep forgetting. Got Jay Giles band in my freaking head again. Sorry, Gooden. I don't know what it is. They played that song like fucking crazy out here in the 80s and 90s. I guess it's just burned into my memory. Alright. Marshall keep changing the fucking colour codes, which is fun. So white is the CT. White. And red is the left-hand pair. Let's try and get under that quick connect sheath. Should be expecting about 16, 17 ohms per side. Is that on there properly? Sure. What? How are both my meters dead? What the fuck? Completely dead, both meters. What? They've got auto off. I've never had one dead. It always shows you the meter. The battery warning light, but guess we're changing two batteries. Unless I left them on min-max forever and they just completely drain themselves to nothing. But generally they still come on again with a low battery alert. I often wonder about that song, My Angel Is the Centerfold. These days with OnlyFans and like all the online porn and shit, that must happen way more now than it did back then. I wonder how many people maybe it's just because it's so saturated with content that it's less likely that you're going to see someone you went to school with or something just because just there's so much out there. I don't know. You'd think the chances would be much higher these days of seeing someone online that you've known in the past. I remember there was a chick that I went to school with who there used to be a jelly wrestling competition at the local shithole sports bar, and one of the chicks from my grade started going in it and jelly wrestle, but they kicked her off because she started doing like too much, if you know what I mean. Started becoming like a bit too over the top, so they've booted her off. Dustin, how you going? Scotty, how you going? Get the lead out, how you going? Everyone's coming in. How you going, champions? Paulie, a friend of mine discovered his wife doing OnlyFans. Was he angry or like did it pique his interest? Did he get a discount? Nah, no mates rates. Yeah, 1.2 volts. Shit. So I must have left them on min-max mode where the meter doesn't shut down by itself. So it just sits there till it goes dead, completely dead. Would have had the battery alert on and shit. I've got to dispose of my batteries. I've got a little container full of dead batteries. I take it to the local e-waste place and dispose of them along with the leaded solder from the solder extracting gun and any failed boards or failed or abandoned units like amps and keyboards and stuff that people just didn't pick up once I gave them a quote or whatever. Blown speakers, transformers that aren't worth rewinding, all that kind of stuff I take to e-waste about once a month or once every 2 months depending on how much I got. And scrap metal from the workshop. That's the one with the shitty lid. Let's put a bit of gaff tape over that again. Don't know about UK law, but here he would get half of pawn money. Yeah. So you get a refund. Bambule, Richard, how you going? Legends, welcome to the fray. You can rewind to the start and play me back in double speed if you want to listen to what Brad would sound like if he was on cocaine. And then you'll be up to speed. Speed or cocaine? I don't know. Alright, meters alive again. I did have to take these apart because one weak spot is the soldering to the test lead ports can sometimes crack after a while if you're continually removing and reconnecting stuff. If you just got the same connectors on there each time. Speaking of, well, we got no measurement. That's that one. What's that one? I want that one. Have we got... Oh no, there we go. Whoop. I was about to say, have we got an open circuit winding? ohms. Why is that twitchy? 15.3, 14.1. Zoom out a bit. Right where you can't fucking see it. Or right where it wants to touch the fucking valves. He's waiting until kids are 18 before a divorce. Oof. This is your Brad on drugs. Any questions? How you going, Kay Tucker? Ty, g'day. Did I say hi before Ty? I don't know. Fuse, yeah, fuse is replaced. Oh, you mean the fuse in the meter. That would be on the ammeter setting, not on the voltage or resistance setting. Let's bring that voltage, bring the pressure down. Alright, so remember we swapped the two valves that were lagging behind a bit. We've got one on each side now. So we should have a relatively balanced. That's really cold. Only drawing 80 from the wall and we're at 200 volts. Alright, so it's slowly climbing. 80. 90, they're probably still warming up a little. Drawing 105 watts from the wall. Oop, drop down and come back up. It's never lupus. Is that from House? Going to the pub before it closes. Good move for a bitter. See you next time, Paulie. I'll definitely go to the pub instead of watching myself too. Let's see what these trim pots do. Well, we know what they're supposed to do, but let's see what they actually do. Alright, so they seem to be acting as expected. So now we play the waiting game. Just sucks that they didn't put any isolation on the PCB there. You've got the two main, well, the two worst connections that hate each other. That didn't help. Oh, it's either washed out or it's either fucking underexposed or overexposed. So you've got your two connections down here. One for the control grid. Where am I? That one. One for the control grid. One for the screen grid. And look at the tiny trace for starters, but look how close it comes. It's probably less than 3 millimeters away from the control grid with no isolation slots or anything. So that's what you try not to do. So we're seeing climbing there on the right hand side. Let's go min-max mode and we'll be a bit more cognizant of any dramatic increases in current, because this is going to define whether or not I even take the job. Because if there's bias drift issues, no thank you. Well, you know, we can get a new board, but the new board will eventually exhibit the same shit. See Lyle? Yeah, it's from House. Right. Ah, that's why my screen looks dull. Because I haven't turned my friggin' laptop power on. So the screen was in power saving mode. Whoops. Good, and you're in hospital too. Swollen, painful. What happened to you? Can you all stay out of hospital for me? Richard just got back home from the pub. Now we play the waiting game. What can we do in the meantime? So I've shown you before, but this is what you do on a output valve socket if you can. See the isolation slots there between the pins? You got your heater there, so the most likely arc over is here. Oh, wrong valve socket. The most likely arc over point is here between pin 2, which is pretty close to ground potential, or at ground potential, and pin 3, which is your plate. That's your highest voltage on the pin socket, and the highest voltage swing too. I can't speak. Then you got your screen grid there, which is only a few volts below your plate. And then you've got your control grid there, which is at minus 50 or whatever, 45, whatever. It's adjustable. So this is most sensitive to leakage from the screen voltage, which is only a few volts below the plate voltage. And the plate voltage has signal swing of like 150 odd volts on top of the DC, voltage, the B+. And then you've got your heater voltage there, which is pretty close to ground. So this area here is rife for arc over or leakage across the board surface, under the solder mask, through the fiberglass material itself, or on contamination, which is on top of the surface of the board. So to help that, I've made it so the shortest path has to go around this slot for each of those. Now in this case we've also got the flyback diodes, so you're much less likely to have an arc over between pin, well, it just won't happen, have an arc over between pin 2 and 3 if you've forgotten to plug your speakers in, or if you've got a bad speaker cable, blown speaker, something like that. That cops the brunt of it instead of arcing over between this point with flyback voltage. The what would you call it? Some people call it like kickback, but whatever it is, it's a inductive kick that comes back from the transformer if you've got no secondary load on it. So that's how you sort of make this area survive. Now, when I was testing one of the prototypes before I started the production boards, this is one of the 3-channel TSL100 production boards, I forgot to plug the speaker, or I tripped over the speaker lead or something. Point being, there was no secondary load, and I was measuring it on the scope. I thought it was under load, so I'm cranking it up to full power to test the output, and the waveform looked weird, but there was no blown fuse, no arcing. Everything was like behaving itself. It just had a weird looking waveform, a little bit distorted. So that's those diodes in action, shunting that flyback voltage, the inductive kick. So I inadvertently very thoroughly tested my board's capability to deal with flyback events. I was doing that for like 5 minutes before I figured out what was happening too. I'm trying to track down why I'm measuring voltages around the phase inverter and seeing if there's some problem with the negative feedback, and and then I realised I tripped over my speaker lead and pulled it out of the friggin' cab. Whoopsie daisy. Cab, chassis, you know what I mean. If it was in the cab, I would have known if it wasn't on, because I would have heard that there's no signal. Still not sure what the issue is with my foot, but it's probably autoimmune. I've been treated for and severe arthritis. Sorry, I'm just reading through your typos. That's why I'm reading slowly. Martin Reed, how you going, legend? 11 PM here. Jesus. Maybe watch for a while, maybe 12:30 AM. As ever, sipping away a nice single malt, learning from you. What are you drinking tonight, Martin? Flyback. Yeah, that's the one. Dre Stowell. I don't know. A win for the BGG QC department. Yeah. I probably wouldn't have gone as hard. Oh, yeah. It would be good to plug in the dummy load, eh? Not feeding any signal, but good idea. It's fucking. As you can see there's no signal because the dissipation's sitting at idle, but yeah. Whoops. This is what happens when you get chatting. Almost tested this one's flyback diodes, which it doesn't have. No flyback diodes. Let's chuck the scope on and give it some signal while we're waiting. Glen Moray Twisted Vine. I haven't had a Glen Moray yet. I keep thinking of eels every time I think of Glen Moray, the Moray eel. The chat's not working on the computer now. Right, so we're into an 8 ohm load. This bloody light here puts out so much fucking noise and hash. It twigs out the scope. What frequency is it pumping out? Let's have a look. .58 hertz. .59 hertz. It's varying. That's really weird. Normally with the switch mode power supplies in these lamps, they put out like in the kilohertz range, but it's got a spike. Spike occurring at about varying between 50 and 60 hertz, but that may be noise triggering it as well. Alright, signal. It doesn't seem to be climbing. It will when we give it signal, but in clean mode. Let's turn everything to 12 o'clock. Turn the reverb off, master midway. Let's turn the master down for the moment. You got master 1, master 2, resonance and presence halfway. This fucking signal generator's been doing weird shit now too. Probably why I got it cheap. The one I was raving about last time. Been showing this weird modulation that's not set. I haven't set it to modulate. Which master 1. Yeah, it's doing heaps of weird shit now. Signal's jumping back and forth like crazy. It can't trigger. Let's turn off the... Okay, so that's the light doing it. But yesterday it was showing a superimposed higher frequency on top of the waveform, which it's not showing now. Oh, it's slightly there, but it could be interference from something else. So we'll just turn off min-max mode for a sec. I'm going to go into the wall. Set the bias a bit on the cooler side. Work our way up, since it's got another few volts there on the output. So we're drawing 107 from the wall. So we've got 16.3 and 15.1. So let's go 16.5. 15.3 because it would have come up a bit with the warmth. So say we've got, what have we got on the plates? What have we got on the B plus? 480. So say 475 loaded. And we want to go say 55%. So 25 by 0.55, 13.75. Divide that by, we'll probably have about 475 volts on the plates. So we're aiming for 28.9, so say 29 milliamps. And then multiply. So hang on, that's per valve. So we want to multiply that by 2, and then to multiply that by 16. Say 16. We'll go halfway between the two. So we want to say 0.9 volts, about 0.93 per side. Oop, overshoot. Got to give it a bit of time because I think they got larger than average. Got 22 microfarad bias caps as opposed to the usual 10. So the time constant will be a bit longer there when you adjust the bias. It's got to be about 0.9 per side. Then remeasure and go from there. You adjust one, it does affect the other slightly because the voltages come up a bit. It is pretty twitchy there because it's only a single turn pot. Chris, how you going? Cognac cask. Tesco for £20. Fucking hell. It's cheap as chips, mate, innit? Alright, so what have we got on the plates now? 474, so a pretty good guess there with the 475. Sweet as. Alright, give that. Just check for maximum power. It's at 8 ohms. Need a bit more gain there. Okay, something funny happened then, so it doesn't like putting out the full power there. I don't think it's an oscillation. But yeah, there is something funny going on. Just check that screen supply voltage on the supply side. Could have a screen short. Alright, so that screen voltage dropped right down there to about 300 volts when it did the weird shit. So I think we've got a intermittent screen short in one of the valves. What are you measuring? Center tap? Yeah, center tap to plate voltage drop. So the voltage drop across the output transformer. I'll just let them cool down a bit. Pull them out. Just got back from a Wilco gig. Fuck yeah. Damn it. I wish I went to a Wilco gig. I love Wilco. Yeah, Richard, it's a JVM 410. Let's put in our tongue soles that I use to test all the FYM 2000s. These are very stable and good. Ted, welcome to the small cappuccino club, champion. I've got a large cappuccino this morning, but if you were here, I'd make you one. Dad got me a not Dad got me, my uncle Bazza got me a coffee like a scale set, as well as some various things to make your coffee more consistent, distributor tool and whatever. Dad taught me how to use it. Bazza got it for us. But yeah, it's really leading to much more consistent coffee. It's a bit of a pain in the ass to use, but we're just in standby mode. Pop the valves out. So one of those, probably one of the ones with the discoloured writing, it's hitting the wall a bit. So we've probably got a intermittent screen grid fault, since the screen grid node was dropping dramatically when it occurred, but the plate wasn't. Let's pop in these tongue soles. See how she do. Spread those belt and bear traps open a little bit more. They're a bit too tight. Good belt and sockets though. Let them warm up for a sec. Where's? How you going, legend? When did you sneak in? Seattle in summer used to be heaven. How you going, Ted, by the way? Seattle. Seattle's got beautiful weather. It's all marketing crap. I reckon it's the people of Seattle know that Seattle's a beautiful place, so they tell everyone that it's miserable so no one comes. Ping! Alright, so they're running a lot cooler than the other ones. So I'm thinking those two overheated looking ones are particularly hot-blooded. Let's bring that back up to about 0.9 per side. Just realised you can't see them. You still can't see them because Brad's a dickhead and can't figure out cameras or lighting. Oh, what happened there? Okay, so I think that multimeter's got an issue with its connectors I was talking about. .9. Near enough. Alright, let's try that out. And yeah, that quad is okay. There is some scratchiness with that gain pot. Might just give it a bit more input. Give it 400 millivolts peak to peak. So we're in the non-scratchy region of the gain pot. And yeah, she's solid as a rock. Putting out 27 volts RMS into 8 ohms. 27 squared divided by 8. 91 watts RMS. You can push it into pretty hard output clipping. It hits 28 volts, which is about 98 watts. So, new set of valves. What I will do is put this somewhere else, maybe right here, and monitor it just to make sure we don't have that issue with the leakage that we all fear. and lows in Las Vegas. London is far grayer than Seattle or Portland. Portland, Oregon, you mean? I want to go to Portland, Oregon because they have a really good whiskey distillery there called Westwood. And it's kind of hard to get over here from time to time. Oh, fuck off, hiccups. I get hiccups every time I wake up. Ugh. As soon as I get out of bed, I'm walking down the hallway, hiccups. It's tough being human, champions. No one makes it out alive. Alright, set the meters up there. Check the leads are tightly connected, which they are not. Can I hook to a more convenient point? Not really. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why can't amp manufacturers make fucking test points on amps? Is it that hard to put a test point? It's all good for just probing, like you can just hit an existing connection, but if you're testing long term, you need a fucking test point to clip onto. But what would the fun in that be? I'm just going to clip right onto the bloody diodes. Here we go, cop that, Marshall. Alrighty then, alrighty then. IEC lead, that would be sick. Turn on the Rigol. Give it some juice. Plug in the dummy load. Where are you? There you are. 8 ohm output. Oh, it's foggy. Wasn't foggy when I turned up. It's a real thick fog outside. Isn't that mysterious? Turn on the BWD with its distorted ass sine wave, but it'll work for them for the moment. In you go, champion. Alright. Master midway, standby on, drawing about 900 millivolts or 900 millivolts drop per side. Got the gross. Why are you beeping? You're not in beep mode. Meter was just twigging out for no apparent reason. Alright, we'll set that to I don't know, say 8 volts. And just set the meters to max. Oh, hang on. My other meter under the bench is still on. That's what was beeping, because it was out of range. Oh shit. Okay, so how long's that meter been on for? How many days? That's been on for like a week. I'm trying to figure out why my meters are beeping, but for some reason every Fluke has a slightly different beep frequency. So I pressed the buttons on the other two and the frequency was higher, and the 179 had a lower frequency, and it's sitting back there under the test bed, just powered on for fuck knows how long. Anyway, that's all set. So I'll set the output meter to minimum, so if the signal drops it'll beep, and I'll set the primary voltage drop meters to maximum, so if it goes up they will beep. We'll sit that over there cooking away. Put these valves with screws from the JVM, set it with the cabinet, and move on to the next amp champions. So, summary on the JVM. Basically, I'm just making sure that there's not a bias stability issue, because that could be a boomerang job if I take that on without, you know, if it is a board related issue, you're talking back to the JCM 2000 bad old days. So that would be like mainboard replacement for a temporary fix at best, so maybe not worth it at all. So before we do any serious work to it, I want to make sure it's not a dead duck. I love how you guys find me so boring that you just speak amongst yourselves. Portland looks super cool. Great breweries, cool cycling scene. Yeah, well, it's flat, isn't it? Fantastic trails and outdoor stuff. I know the city's flat, but yeah, the hills. I don't know the geography. Please enlighten me. Gary, the bassist from the Cribs, lives there now too. The worst coffee. Oh, hang on, we're talking about Starbucks. A ton of homeless druggies in some of Portland, sadly, but you get that in every city, don't you? Isn't, from what I gather, Portland's a lot nicer than some people with vested interest would have you believe. Oh, and I know people that have been to Portland and they said it was fantastic. It's like Philadelphia. Was it Kingston or whatever it is? Gets a, rightly so, a bad rap, but that's because the only videos you see on YouTube are the clickbait, and people have like poverty porn fetishes. They love seeing poverty porn. So they, all the videos they watch are of this one street that is, yeah, a shithole, but it's not the only street in the city. Alex, how you going, legend? Alex De Leon. It's okay, you can be tardy all you want, mate. I started the stream 7 minutes late, so I can't blame you for turning up late. Kensington, that's it. Thanks, Goody Guitars. Yeah, I know people that are in Philly and they say it's a nice city. I mean, you go to Sydney and the shitholes too. Sydney's a pretty sprawling city though, if you count all the suburbs and stuff. Alright, what do we got here? Got a carbon. Oh, it's a bit of a giveaway. I mean, I put them all in the thumbnail, didn't I? So the report on this one is no output. Lights are on. Foot switch mod by another local tech. FX loop always on now. Is that good or bad? I'll have to clarify that. I've got a note there saying FX loop always on now. Maybe that's the mod. It may have been a parallel and been changed to a serial effects loop. I'll check that. Check cable in future noise issues. Check cable in future noise issues. Okay, so I think he might have said that he's got intermittent noise issues, but he doesn't know if it's the cable or not. So we'll check for that. But lights are on, no one home, so probably another HT fault, I dare say. Let's have a look. X100B, yeah, these are great amps. I love these things. I've got a quad of Mullards in there, and they look visually okay. And she's actually pretty clean compared to most amps I get in, so I think it's been taken care of. I've got an Tektronix 9BB2C1B tank in there. We've got a rear accessible mains fuse, but no rear accessible HT fuse. Have to take it out and check that. Check future falls. Is that a future fails? Oh, check future fails. I don't know what you mean, Billy. Please clarify. Vise blue powder amp. Did he use one of these back in the day, did he? I think these were one of the early decent, really high gain amps before everyone was doing them. I wish I liked Vi and Satriani and stuff, but I just don't. I've tried so many times to like it, and I just don't. I don't know. I've really tried Champions. I want to like it, but I can't. It's just, I find it cringy to listen to, you know? It gives me the same vibes as a cappella music. You just get this feel to it. I don't know. Alrighty then. Ooh, 200 volt, 120 volt switch looks like it's been switched back and forth a few times. So that's a worry. I wonder if someone flicked it accidentally, blew the fuse, and then flicked it back. Alright, so we've got impedance switch, RMS power, 50%, 25% full. So I'm not sure what that's doing, if that's a triode, pentode, and I don't know what else switch. I'll have to have a look at the schematic for that. You've got a effects loop with 3 level switches, which is handy. Preamp out that no one ever fucking uses. A XLR cable foot switch, which could... I don't like using standardized connectors for things like foot switches and stuff. Using a jack, yeah, fair enough, but using a mic connector, like people, when there's all leads floating around, you've got to understand when you talk to guitarists, if there's a hole, they'll put a plug in it. They won't necessarily read what it is first either. So you've got to make it a bit idiot-proof. So if I was doing a foot switch, I'd probably use like a 4-pin XLR even if I didn't need all those 4 connectors, just so you can't plug in a mic connector or a DI cable, just to make it so it's purpose specific. And then they'll plug a DMX into it or something. Give hole, will plug, basically. That's what I'm telling you. What does HT stand for? Yeah, it stands for high tension, which is also high voltage. I'm not sure where the word high tension came from, if it came from literally a physical property of the power lines that they ran them at high tension because they needed to be more taut or whatever, but it just means high voltage. We say HT in Britain and Australia, whereas you guys tend to say high voltage. It's also a fantastic metal band with a unrelenting sound. Fantastic sound. High tension. High tension band. I'm speaking like Malcolm Turnbull. High tension. It's my favorite band. Wait. I typed it and then it just disappeared. I love you, Firefox. High Tension, it's also a fucking TV series. High Tension band. Let's see if we can give you a bit of an experience of High Tension, the band. Let's go to a video. High Tension Veil. High risk rewards. High risk rewards. Let's go Veil. Let's enable desktop sound. Turn it down a little bit. Then we'll desk share. Can you hear that alright? Let's turn off the mic. About all I can play without getting a copyright strike, but you can look them up if you like that kind of stuff. You probably don't, because you're a bunch of boomers, but I like that music sometimes. Not all the time. But we saw them live and she was fucking brutal. She was right up in front of the crowd. She would have ripped the throat out of anyone that fucking gave a shit, I'll tell you that much. She was a somewhat intimidating being, and I loved it. I think they supported someone that I didn't expect. It was someone like, who was it? It was like Suicidal Tendencies or someone that's nowhere near that hectic. They supported. I can't remember, but I saw him supporting a band at the Metro Theatre. Yoko Cookie Monster. Oh shit, there goes the amp. It's all over. Go home, off to the pub. Ruined everything. I expected it to stay roughly where it was, but no. Alright, so that's got annoying reverb leads, so I'll just have to disconnect them. I think that was a pretty early track we just looked at, because the stuff I've seen since had a bit of a different sound. It was a little bit more rhythmic, rather than full-on death metal. Alright, so the cab's not too scabby. I've seen a lot worse. Alright, get her up on blocks. Where'd I put them? There they are. Well, that amp's been stable so far. It's still putting out signal. Got to figure out why the signal coming from the signal generator looks so shit though. Probably due for a recap. It is like from the 60s or something. I'll go through that one, you know, in another lifetime when I've got time. Alrighty, do we have an HT fuse? Someone's been in here before, replaced a bunch of resistors there, looks like. Oof, it's a weird looking PCB. Good morning, Max Powers. I hope you're powering today. No HT fuse. I'll just check for residuals. Voltage. 0.00000000. So should be due for a recap, considering this was made in maybe it is 95. That's not that old. I expected it to be older than that, but we've got some dates there on the inspection sticker. Someone's replaced a bunch of stuff. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 metal film 2-watt resistors there. We've got some mods down here with, that's probably what they were talking about. We've got some flown components, a couple of other components paralleled across other stuff. We've got, looks like either some mods or some repairs, and a cut-off wire on the foot switch area. Got what looks like a aftermarket 2-watt resistor there on the line level send. Is that the line level send? Yeah, that's the preamp out. Got a couple of trace repairs there where you can see they peeled the trace off the board and then ran a wire in its place. Very thin traces in a few spots. And that's on the power switch, is it? Yep, that's the power switch. That's probably got HT on it. Alright, that's 1, 2. Alright, no signs of burning or anything overheating. I'll settle down, Wes. I'm just taking the piss. Your oldest is into that stuff. Mesa Mark inspired with the EQ, perhaps. Low tension is up to 1 kV, high tension, yeah. Yeah, if you're talking like industrial or residential power, yeah, but high tension in the scheme of amps, it's all relative, mate. Anyway, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, it's just what we say. You can say it's the wrong choice or right choice to say that, but it's what we use to refer to it, so it's vernacular that pre-exists your existence, so fight it all you want, it's already established. Ginger broadcasted live from Hellfest yesterday. Yeah, Ginger are mad. G'day Peter Moore, how you going, legend? Happy Maori New Year. Right. Matariki public holiday yesterday. Wicked. Don't you have to cut one of the legs if you want to test a cap in circuit? No. Depends what you're testing. So I don't cut a leg because that means you got to reconnect it somehow, and that if you need if you're not replacing it, you need to fuck around and reconnect it, and you've got no ability to reconnect a leg you just cut without adding bus wire and just ruining the amp. So you can desolder stuff to test it, but generally you can test in circuit. You can use an in-circuit capacitor tester, or you can just measure for short circuits. You can measure for ripple. That will tell you the condition of a cap, how it's performing. Or you can just visually look at the thing, which 9 times out of 10 tells you that it's a fault. Yeah, you can just desolder stuff. That's the way pros do it anyway. You see stuff cut up all the time and it just looks fucking horrible, and it's not good. And call me crazy, but I think you should have a circuit looking good once you finish too, or how it should anyway. So let's get a schematic for this bad boy, because I can't see any way that HT would have dropped to everything, so maybe we've got some other signal fault. But let's just get a schematic anyway. '95 is 30 years. Yeah, I know. Don't do the cut leg. Hang on. Don't do leg cut tack solder. No, I don't. Is that an input jack right below that exclamation point on the PCB? Exclamation point? Oh, that's caution, high voltage, 500 volt. Input jack? No, it's a Looks like what was going to be a screw mounting hole, but is now nothing. Caravan. Amps like the planet, leave it better than you found it. Yeah, that's the plan. Seems that we're in the minority both in the planet and amplifier condition there, Richard. Caravan. I've got a carbon bass amp there I've got to fix up to, an R600, fix it up for sale. Got a SWR Working Man 350 bass head as well I've got to restore. I'll do a quick video on that one. Guitar amps. X100. X100A? Is this a B or an A? Hello? X100B, that's what I thought. X100A, X100A. Okay, so the A was the 80s. X100 series, X series amp schematic. Let's try that. Bing bing. X100B. Okay, so it's one of those annoying schematics that covers all the models. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Desk share. Schematic. So we've got what purports to be our schematic of this amp. So it goes to the standby switch, which it indeed does. And from the standby switch, where's our filter network? Man, it's a messy schematic. Down here, down here, down here. Okay, standby here. So no HT fuse. We've got a screen grid resistor there, screen grid dropper there. So that's filling in the duty of what you normally see as a choke there. And then you got the screen. So you got three 22 microfarad axials, 500 volt in parallel. So essentially 66 with tolerance. Then the screen node. You got 350 ohm screen grid resistors. So they are EL34s, so they should be at least 1K. I'd probably go 2.2K. So we'll upgrade them. Where are they? Oh yeah, they're those ones above the board. And then you've got... Okay, so output power switch pulls from the screen node for 100%. It goes to the phase inverter node and beyond. Sorry, it's a bit jumpy with the zooming, but that's your phase inverter node there after the 10K. So if I go to this mode, it's probably a bit easier to see what I'm doing. So you can see your phase inverter. You've got your 200Ks. You've got oddly a 250 picofarad shunt cap there, probably trying to tame oscillation, and a 120 there. That may be secret tone source, I'm not sure. You got 0.1 microfarad, so 100 nanofarad, 600 volt film caps coupling to the output stage. So powering this node, which then goes on to all the other nodes, you can see B. Why has it got a cap? It's anything other than ground. Okay. Oh, so that's your ground nodes. Okay, so you've got, it's actually, this is a pretty comprehensive schematic because it's showing you which ground's which. So you got your main ground's there. Just having a look. It must be connected on the other side of the board, but they're probably grounded somewhere separately to the B grounds, which is like your preamp grounds. So you got a 470k bleeder. But where does this voltage, where do the other nodes pull from? Because here you can see your power is just changing what node, what the dropper to that phase inverter node is. So it's essentially using your phase inverter as an attenuator. So when you're on 100% power, you've got your power coming in here, going up through here, 100%. You still see what I'm talking about and everything? So when you're in 100% mode, it's feeding straight through that 10k. When you're in 50% mode, it's feeding through that 470k to the 10k, so that's significant. And then when you're in 25% mode, it comes up here and it goes to the, well, no connection. So that means it's forced to go through this 1 meg here. But the screen node here and the B plus is unaffected. So it's essentially changing the voltage supply to the phase inverter only. So where do the rest of the valves get their power from then? Alright, so we've got a 47k here. And that's pulling from the screen node. Okay, so the rest of the preamp valves, which there's only what, 2. You got two other valves and a phase inverter. All right, so you got your input here, 3.3k to 0.22. So you're cutting quite a bit of bottom out of that, which is why it probably sounds good as a overdriven amp. You got 100k there, 100k there. So these are your 2 channels it's splitting into. So this is your, it splits your signal here between these 2 triodes. One of them goes here to the rhythm channel. One of them goes here to the lead channel. The lead channel has, that's your FETs for switching the signal on and off. They shunt to ground if you're not using that channel. So you could get some bleed occurring because this triode's always live, and that could feed a little bit back into that node and leak a bit, or between the 2 halves of the valve. You get that sometimes, especially when one of them's unbypassed like this one is down here. Lead, sorry, I'm just passing all this information as we speak. Feeds into this valve, this triode. Alright, so there's no cathode follower. Master. You got a buffer there. Well, not a buffer, but a gain stage. It's pretty hard to follow this schematic, eh? Alright, you got, where's the mix stage? Okay, so it comes out of here. You've got your master there for your lead channel. And you got your rhythm channel here. So that would switch between those 2 by those FETs, and then that's your output. Coming in here, coming out here. Effect send over here. If that's not plugged in, you got this top lead up here. Effect level, effect return. You return via that 10k Got another FET here. I'm not sure if that's switching the effects loop in or out. And the signal continues through here. So quite a bit of it's solid state. Here's your there's your tone stack. You got a solid state reverb driver. Where's the graphic? The graphics on a different schematic. It's a different board, so that would make sense, but alright, so the graphics not on this schematic. I guess that's the code there for the graphic. Yeah, the preamp node's taken from the screen supply via that 47k there. So yeah, it's a lot of solid state stuff. Mainly valve in the front end. And then it's an interesting way of attenuating the signal there. So this Marshall's, this JVM's still rock solid. Let's say just those valves, man. Alright, so let's give this thing some juice. Let's test those valves first too. Like I say, it's unlikely to be an HT, like a valve short, because there's no HT fuse, so we'll check the mains fuse anyway, but he said lights are on and no one's home, so I reckon the mains fuse will be fine. Looks fine. Test fine. That fuse just fall out. Yep. Winter solstice is today at 2:41 PM in New Zealand. Today. I sent a couple of boards to New Zealand this week. Lower Hutt. Really want to get to New Zealand. It's right there, bro. It's right there. Jesus, it's almost 9 o'clock. Wouldn't know it looking outside. Alright, just give these a quick test. Won't drag the camera over. You know what the deal is, champions. What? Let them warm up for a sec. Don't know if I told you, but I got my hands on a 50 watt, a DSL 50 JCM 2000 for testing. So I can get some 50 watt FYM 2000 boards out there soon. Just want to do some testing first. Power on. Alright, so we're looking pretty good and pretty balanced. Pretty decent match. No arcing, so setting them at, on average, say 20 milliamps, sorry. We're at 445, we've got 22 milliamps, 20, 21, 21. So not bad. Just let them warm up for a bit more. They're not really moving now though, so they're probably fine. Alright, so we've got to investigate probably in the preamp. Let's do some passive testing of the plate loads and stuff first, because they look like piddly little quarter watt resistors. Goody guitars, $2, thanks mate. We'll buy a side of aioli with that. 4-hour flight away, yeah, it's nothing. Yeah, you got to get over there. I love New Zealand. I want to go hiking and stuff. Michelle needs a friggin' knee replacement though. So I think it might just be me. Oh, shit. Alright, let's pop these valves in. Just flip the thing over and inspect the valve sockets while we're there. Alright, so no evidence of arcing. Anything like that. Just I can see something happening down in that cutout. Discoloration. I think it's just flux. Get some light on the bottom of the board. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, just flux. I don't think we've got any arc damage there, but kind of want to access that side to clean it out too. Don't like flux and shmoo and stuff stuck to the board because it can conduct as well. Someone's used cleaning fluid or a cleaner lubricant on the valve sockets. I hate when people do that. There's no point to do that. It just means everything's going to stick to it now. And clean that out with solvent should they go ahead with the job. Yeah, so I don't know how many of you saw my little gallivanting last weekend, but that was good fun. I think the cameras and stuff kind of behaved themselves, so it was pretty satisfying. Of course, we get bugger all views for that, but I know the guys that, well, the everyone's, not just guys, the people who are die-hard viewers will watch it and enjoy it. It's a bit of escapism, you know. Go for a wander around our beautiful city. Sometimes forget how nice Sydney is. When you just work in it and stuff, you lose sight of like how beautiful it is. One thing I do want to do is we've just got all our metro and train stations all refurbished, and they've been winning architectural awards, and they're fucking breathtaking. And sometimes you forget because you've got your blinkers on, you're in a hurry, you're in your own little bubble of life, and you stop and look around you, and every now and then you just get blown away by the architecture in the Sydney train stations now. So I think it'd be good to do a walk around and a tour of them all the city circle and the ones that are winning the awards, and amazing architecture. Older Electro Tanya schematic includes EQ. Ah, cool. I'll check that out if I need it. If the EQ works, I probably won't even go down that road, but I'd say it's just it's got 4 op amps on there, so, well, 8 op amps, 4 dual op amps on there, so I'd say it's just a bog standard bloody gyrator graphic EQ. Got bands at 75, 150, 50, 1.5k and 3k. So if you understand how gyrators work, you could fuck with those frequencies and change them to what you want. But having the lowest band at 75 is pretty low. So that'd be really good for the down tune guys. Carbon X100B, they got some weird PSU problems. Well, it's a pretty conventional power supply. Other than the power switch. Are you saying don't use deoxit on the tube socket pinholes? Yes, I am, but it depends what deoxit. So most deoxits have a lubricant, but deoxit's just a brand. People say deoxit, but you need to be more specific, because deoxit make everything from rubber restorer to fader lube to grease to contact cleaner to freeze spray. They make everything. It's just a brand. So deoxit fader F5 is what I use sometimes, but I kind of don't, because I hate this fucking lid and it's stupid and it's expensive. It doesn't really give you that much advantage over the stuff I normally, well, it doesn't give you any advantage over this stuff. So this is generally what I use. Electro lube. I try to use electro lube everything, because that's what the production guys use, and it's a serious bit of kit, and it's not priced for the enthusiast. This has got enthusiast pricing. That's like $80 a can. This is like $6 a can, and there's no meaningful difference between the two. The one place where deoxit's good, and Electrolube probably have their equivalent as well. Electrolube are shit at marketing, because they're made for professionals that they don't need to market to. They just factories and shit buy it by the pallet load, right? These guys are marketing kings. I mean, look at the difference in the cans. Like contact cleaner lubricant. This has got like check marks and stuff on it, and they're advertising their own stuff on the can after you bought it, whereas this has just got like a really tiny text, safety stuff. Basically, do not spray onto live equipment, allow solvent to evaporate before applying current, safe for most plastics, do not hang on, I already read that. Contains high quality contact treatment oil to inhibit corrosion and maintain stable low contact resistance. Used on switches, variable resistors and connectors. Safe with most plastics. That's all it says on this can. Then it says that in every language under the sun. This has got marketing shit all over it. I'll use this deoxit fader F100L for actual faders, because you don't have to spray it. You can just put a drop on the fader and you don't get it everywhere. These are good for pots, pot casings, but these spray guides, I guess you could say, are good because you can shape them, and they're much smaller diameter than the shit ones that deoxit give you. So what I do is put a bit of 18 gauge bus wire down there and heat it with the hot air gun and bend it at 90 degrees, so now you can get around corners and stuff. You could bend it 180 degrees if you want, and then when it cools, you pull out the 18 gauge bus wire and it holds its form. This stuff's too thick to do that. It just breaks or it kinks, and you can't use any other type because it's got this stupid proprietary lid. So I don't use this stuff solely because of the stupid lid and the fact that it's $80 a can. So yeah, use this shit instead. It's way cheaper. In my opinion, it's way better. And you can customize your tips. But yeah, deoxit make a just straight up contact cleaner. Again, you're paying the deoxit tax, so I use... Oh god, just out of reach. Everything's just out of reach in here every time. I use this stuff because it's cheaper as well. It's basically just bloody solvent in a can with a propellant, but it's got no lubricants. If you wanted to, you could use something like this on your valve sockets, because it's got no, it doesn't leave any, well, leaves no residue. Low toxicity, flammable. So applications: video heads, drums, blah 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 blah, servo equipment, transmitters, PC card, sockets and plugs, micro relay contacts, elevator controllers, calculators. They're just naming products now. Solenoids, potentiometers. No, don't use it on potentiometers. Microphones, karaoke equipment. And you can use it on meat and poultry plants. That's cool. But this will wash out any lubricant inside the pot, so don't use that. But it's perfect for valve sockets and stuff because it will wash out any schmoo. But I prefer the cheaper option, which is isopropyl and compressed air. And sometimes you have to use like a little pipe cleaner type duva. But if you do that, don't clean your fucking valve sockets until you've tested that there's no voltage there, because you can have full plate voltage if your caps are still charged, and you can get a nasty shock from just trying to clean your valve sockets without even opening the amp. Deoxit fader loop is only 20 bucks here, man. You're getting bone on some stuff. 20 bucks there. Let's have a look. Alright, let's log into CE distribution. Where are you buying it? You got to bear in mind postage as well. Deoxit F5. 50 bucks. It's 50 bucks. 60 bucks at some places. 50 to 60. What was the other one? D5, is it? D5's 45 to 50. So I might have, last time I bought it might have been during the whole COVID thing, maybe. Because I haven't bought it for a while. But let's see what CE charges for it. Deoxit. This would be American dollars, so multiply by 1.1 for GST. And multiply by 1.8 for exchange rate. D5 F5. 17 bucks 39. 17.39 US to AU. $26.87. Times 1.1 for GST. It's 30 bucks, but then you got to put shipping on top, which would probably be another 30 bucks. So yeah, about 60 bucks. Anyway, I prefer 6 bucks. So yeah, wholesalers, yes, less. But yeah, but how many cans are you buying of it? Like, one can lasts for ages. Dave Friedman had grease contaminated pots on B100. Has owners used WD contact cleaner on them? Maybe that had too much grease on them. I think I remember him saying something about that. So if you are careful, like a short blast with a contact cleaner will wash the excess grease out. But yeah, he's had some problem with consistency in the alpha pots. I think he said he's changed brands now. I don't know if he's gone to Burns or what. Yeah, they leak and they break. They're a pain in the ass, Scotty. Where are we? Right, valves are in. Let's give it the full belt since we're not cutting, since we're not blowing fuses. I'll give it the actual speaker so we can have a listen if there's any funny sounds or anything. Where are we? 16 ohm. Yep. Output 1. Note: if impedance is improperly matched, you may lose up to half your power. Okay. 116 ohm. Gives you a little calculator there. We'll put it at full power. And the mains would double check. That's 240. Yep. Is there a standard grease for faders? Sometimes cleaning ruins the feel. So that's a different factor. There's grease packed into the shaft and grease on the actual wafer, and they're two different types of grease. The grease on the shaft is actually determines the feel. So when you get burns, you can get low torsion, high torsion ones. So the high torsion ones have a thicker grease in the shaft, and the low torsion ones have a thinner grease. You can sort of try and wash out some of that grease by using a dabber or a cotton bud and just putting it on the bit where the shaft enters the bushing and just turn it back and forwards until it feels about right, and then just leave it. And just don't go too far. Don't flush it with everything. If you submerge a pot in like isopropyl or shellite or something, all that grease will come out, and you'll have a pot that's really easy to turn, like too easy, and you'll have no lubrication on the wafer, and the wafer will destroy itself. You can reapply the grease onto the wafer. It's a bit difficult, but you can get in there. But if it's that much of a pain in the ass and it's not a vintage specific thing, you can probably just replace the pot. I had a if you're talking actual faders on an analog console or faders on a digital console, very different maintenance. Well, not really. What's the difference between a fader on an analog or digital console? It's still a variable potentiometer. Are you talking about the automated ones, Dustin? In which case they've got a motor with like almost like dial cord moving the fader back and forth. There'd be like tension, like resistance, not resistance, but what would you call it? Well, yeah, it's physical resistance, not electrical resistance. There'd be a certain requirement for how much resistance you have physically before the motor starts having too much load. There is conductive plastic pots as well, which need a specific type of lube. Some of them are compatible and others aren't. You got to look up the specs. Maybe that's what you're talking about, but generally the conductive plastic ones are on the real high-end consoles, like they're the Alps ones where the one fader costs you $300 kind of deal. Not actually potentiometers. Well, every digital desk I've had has just used potentiometers, not linear encoders. Dustin, maybe that's a specialist thing, but I've never encountered one. So, I mean, linear encoders, Jesus, what would they cost? Yeah, every digital desk I've encountered, all the Allen and Heath stuff, all the Soundcraft stuff, the Behringer stuff, all those digital consoles have just got standard potentiometer. They don't adjust the signal. They're not attenuators, but they just send a voltage signal back. They're like a voltage divider, and they send a voltage back to the brain box to determine where the fader is and what that means. You'll see them, they'll go through a calibration phase. You can go into setup and usually calibrate them. They'll take them to one extreme, measure the resistance, set that at full scale, take it to the other extreme, measure the resistance, set it at full scale, take it halfway, measure the resistance, set it at full scale, or they'll do it at various positions and then it calibrates and then resets. That's because the resistance has a wide tolerance in potentiometers. They're not very accurate from unit to unit. So they need to calibrate per channel in order to get them all right. Been told not to use fader lubes by the manufacturer. I've never asked them. I've never used fader lube on a digital console. I've never had to. So I've never been told that. They're just pots, man. I don't know. Maybe it's because they know people will just use random shit on it. The only pots I've replaced, the only faders I've replaced on digital consoles have been because the automation mechanisms failed. Only digital lube. Good on you, Wes. Where are we? So, before we went on that fucking sidetrack, where's the grounding point? Mounted to the transformer. Awesome. Power on. Went up to 90 watts, settling down to about 70. Just give it some signal. Always bring in the comedy, Wes. That's the way, mate. That's the way, fella. Wake up. 200 millivolts peak to peak. Lead down, master down, rhythm down. Everything else midway. Reverb down. EQ midway. Lead rhythm. We'll set it to rhythm for the moment. Just check the, I'm running out of meters here, but I can check the, where's the OT? Over here. The leads are really close to each other, which isn't fantastic. Right, so we've got nothing on the OT. What have we got? Just tracing these tiny little traces. They've learned their layout from Mesa Boogie, I guess. Right, so red's the B plus. 35 ohms. $37 ohms. Alright, so current went up to 120. It's about right for a 100 watt amp. Just careful not to short anything out. 1.5 volts drop on one side, 1.6 on the other, 1.7. So that is at 1.7. 465. $65. Oh god, camera maths. Yeah, 1.7. We'll go 1.6, one halfway between the two. 1.6 divided by 30, we'll say 36 ohms. 44.444444 divided by 2, 22.22222 multiplied by 465, 10.3 watts divided by 25, so it's running around 40%, so a bit on the cool side. Feeding 200 millivolts input. I can just hear the signal there in the background. There's almost nothing there though. No noise and nothing. So let's check some of these plate loads. We'll just check on the pins of the preamps. 244, 244. 305, 150, 0 volts. 1 watt. Oh shit, that scares the piss out of me. I don't know why I'm not used to crackling noises. I flexed the board then and something happened. Alright, so we've got HT on one side of the phase inverter but not the other. So I think we've got an open plate load there. Miss when Centerlab still made good pots and CTS still made them to military standards. Yeah, CTS are shit. There's only one or two types that are good. $100K. 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 Alright, so why are we not getting voltage to you? Pin 1, R103, R104, R103, R104, it's 100K. Why for no voltage? Let's take that valve out. Might have a shorted valve. Six. 445. 445. Okay. $444. $444. Okay, now we've got voltage. So what happened there? We've got a bad socket. Still got nothing. Just test the effects loop. Go straight in the effects return. Nothing. Guess we'll have to get the scope. Damn it. Try to do what you can without getting the scope out, but you can often hear where you're probing as you touch the leads, but we weren't hearing anything until the phase inverter, but the effects loop was still not functioning either. So gain about halfway. Mastered. Helps if you have both channels going, eh? Turn this light off again, it's interfering. Piece of poo that it is. Alright, schematic. Just check the grid of V1A. Got signal. Grid of V1B. We've got signal. Alright, so going through to V2A. It's covered in shmoo. Got no signal. I'll put it on rhythm mode. No signal. Alright, so V2A lead drive is set at halfway. You can't test down there because the pots are inaccessible. Just put my ground lead somewhere more convenient. There are some mods down here too, but I assume they haven't failed because it didn't occur immediately after they got it back from modification. R62, it'd be great if they didn't put the codes under the component. 62, we've got signal there. Yes, we do, quite healthy. Right, so it's getting through V1B. So let's check at R5. Oh, hang on, no, we just did that. So R2. I'm just talking to myself now. I'll shut up for a minute until I figure out what's going on, eh? Alright, so we've got a big signal at R3. On both sides. I'll just pull up the schematic for you. I watched a video of Gerald Weber getting zapped today. Right, so we've got signal here at R3 on both sides. Right. Let's check on Q1 because we might have a shorted Q1. So P2, C5. One side of C5 should have signal and the other side connected to ground. So where's C5? C5, there you are. No signal. No signal. Alright, so that's stopping there. It could be Q1. Or it could be its control signal not being right. So, let's check R30. I can't remember the pin out. I guess the center pin is the... No? It's a J17175. Oh, I forget the pin out. What's the pin out for J175? J175. Yes, good. Gate is the middle. Alright. Back to the schematic. So what voltage are we measuring on the gate when we change channels? Because they should be changing states. Zero volts. Still 0 volts. But that could occur because one of them's short too. If you got an internal short, oop, that's just gone up to 200 watts from the wall. I noticed a bit of humming. Are we losing bias as well? What happened there? Slowly increasing in hum. 250 watts. Awesome! 2 problems. Alright, so in standby mode. What have we got on the grids? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Minus 38 volts. Minus 39 volts. Actually, all these components have been replaced during the bias supply, so maybe someone was trying to track down this problem before. Minus 61, minus 42. That's the bias divider. Minus 38, minus 39. Let me just get some clips on here, because holding this ground pin is really harshened my vibe. Still got a 3rd amp to get to yet, and it's almost time to open. Where's my favourite Pomona leads? There they are. Ah, get in there. Alright, so I'll just quickly switch her on and see if it's different from side to side. There's no real easy way to clip stuff on here. Volts, 29, 29. So when we're turning it on, just check the drop on either side. .5 volts on one. Six, 7 volts on the other. So something's gone awry. Pull the valves out, see what happens to that bias when we don't have any valves inserted. Alright, so the bias is staying stable with no valves inserted. Minus 45. So have we got a bad valve or multiple? Again? Put it back in the tester now that they've warmed up. Maybe I didn't test them long enough before. I might put a meter on the tester and see if they stay stay stable or not. So minus 44 on the plates, which is about the condition that the amp was in when it's stable. We've got 456. Sorry, did I say plates? Minus 44 on the grids. 456 on the plates. 448 on the screen grids. Everything's looking stable. Just watching and waiting, champions. .4, 23. It's all staying pretty solid, eh? So what's making that bias supply shit the bed when the valves are inserted? Have we got oscillation? Maybe? No, we'd see that on the scope. It's a dilly of a pickle. Let's check some more voltages. So got minus 44. Minus 44 on the grids. .488 on the plate. 488. We went up to the brewery. Went up to the brewery last night, and they were the bloke. Instead of when you order your dinner, instead of giving you like a buzzer, he'd run around and yell out to everyone what the number was. So it was like bingo, where you 47. Take you to heaven. Everyone was making up their own bingo call every time he called out someone's number for their burger. So if we were seeing leakage from those caps, you'd see that without the valves installed. And if you were seeing a failure of a valve, you'd see that in the tester. And the fact that it took a while to happen means it could be thermal related. But we've got no signal either. And it's not making it past that FET. But it's not making it past something on the other side either. And if you got 0 volts, it's controlled by that logic up here. So let's one thing at a time. We'll deal with the output stage in a minute, but let's have a look at this switch logic and see what's changing and what's not. Alright, so you got lead drive, lead rhythm, lead drive, leader rhythm, pull right, lead drive to pull on, master, pull, high lead. Alright, and the LEDs are working. Lead drive off, so when you pull it, it's on. You know, this schematic looks a lot like a Rivera schematic, the PCB layout I mean. Install font pack. No, fuck off. Alright, so where's the front panel switch? So there's the high lead, there's the bright switch. Sorry, I'll go back to schematic. Worked for bingo for my grandparents. What's a Ruritan? I still have nightmares. Those old ladies are vicious. Okay, so that's your lead and rhythm switch. EQ assign? What? So at the end of the day, we should be seeing a change of state here. And you've got all your logic, your inverters here. So pin 14 and pin 15. So, okay, so say we've got a shorted FET. That will be pulling down the voltage here, but not here. So if we measure pin 12 on A6, one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pin, 16 pin, 8, 9, 10. What are we after? Pin 14, 16, 15, 14. It says 13 volts. Flick the switch, nothing happens. Flick the pull for lead drive, and it changes. Alright, so if we go back to that, okay, so that state is changing there. So it's not that FET. So if we measure the signal there again, we are getting it when we pull it. Okay, the other side's grounded. So now are we getting signal at, let's work our way back from the phase inverter into, now we're getting signal at the phase inverter. Alright, so it's only when you pull lead, you pull high lead and it goes off the charts. go to AC mode. So we're getting output from the phase inverter. But we're getting nothing on the other side of the coupling caps. Alright, so if we're getting output from the phase inverter... Oh, hang on. That's the phase inverter over there. I'm measuring the wrong triode. God damn it. Alright, so we're getting signal at V to... V2A output. Let's check V2B output in lead mode. There's all silicon in the area, which is a bit hard to see what's going on. There we go, C10. Oh, massive signal there. C10. So we should be getting signal at Q2 in lead mode. There's Q2. Sorry, this is the boring part of diagnosis. Not exactly riveting viewing, but kind of necessary if we want to find out what's going on. Q2, there you are. No signal there. No signal there. Alright, so R34. Are we getting signal there? Master's halfway. R34. This is the area where some mods have taken place, so no signal there. Other side of R34. Heavily clipped signal, which is probably what you'd expect to see there. Okay, so why is the signal not making it past R34? And you've got a 220 to ground, which looks like it's been added after the fact. However, it's in the schematics, so it may be a factory addition. Just check continuity between there and there, because there's a trace on the bottom of the board that I can't see. No continuity. Alright, so where's R34 go? It goes to Q2. Ah, yes. Yes. Alright, so Q2 should be outputting here. But it's not making it past this point here. Why? What's the resistance to ground at that point? High enough not to matter. Right, so there's a fluctuating DC voltage there when we switch the signal. I mean, 9 times out of 10 it's a bad FET, but okay, so it goes to like 2 volts DC there. Let's check the rhythm channel. I think something's going on with the switching logic. C12. In rhythm mode. C12. Signal on both sides of C12. Let's check C94. Wherefore art thou? C95 has solder splashes on it. We've got signal at C95. That means we must have signal at C94 because it feeds into it. Alright, let's check R23. One side's ground, the other side we've got a tiny signal. So again, getting no signal that side of the FET, but we're getting signal here. So that's Q5. So we've got signal, we've got that same tiny signal on all three terminals of Q5. As for Q2, when we're in rhythm mode, it wouldn't make a difference at that point because it's coming from the front end. Alright, so what voltages are we seeing on the gate there? Oh, these fucking leads always fall on the ground. volts, 1.6 volts, 12 volts, and in the other mode 1.1 volts, 1.2. So we've got a problem there, but they seem to be getting the correct voltages, and they're at least passively testing with the diode motors being alright. PI attenuation circuit bad. No, you got all the voltages there. Failed JFET's very common, yeah. But normally they test as a short, whereas now we've got 7.34 drop on both sides. I don't want to go just changing shit for the sake of it. 7.3, 7.3 on both sides. It's probably something really dumb and simple here, but there is a bit of rework here too, so I just want to trace out exactly what's been done. There's some solder splashes and stuff in the region, so I want to clear all that stuff before digging a bit deeper into it, you know, like you got shit like that floating around. stuck to the leads and just sitting on the board. So yeah, it could be something to do with the rework. These traces are really tiny too, and the rework could have like pushed into one of the pushed through the solder mask under the component, because you've got a lot of leads, a lot of traces passing under the components as well. But yeah, just the fact that we don't have signal at that one point. It'll be something fucking stupid. It'll jump out at me. Signal there, but not there. You know, I've got a million J175s. We could just swap some in. And the gate is changing to what you'd expect. Just this schematic's not easy to trace out and figure out in your head either. You've got to reverse engineer the logic switching that's happening all through the amp. I suppose if either of them are on, and there's a fault after it, it would cut signal at that point. But you'd expect if the FET was turned off, then the signal would return. So if the FET's off, you should have signal there. Okay, so the FETs are switching, because when that one's off, it's 1.8 meg. You turn it on, it's 45 ohms. And the other one should be the opposite. 1.3 meg, 50 ohms. Alright, what's the one after it? Q11? $73 ohms, 75 ohms. What's that switched by? That's switched by Q4, which is a 2N5550, which is being switched by the logic fucking upstream, which is lead drive on or off. Alright, so nothing is changing that one. So is Q4 okay? Q4, are you okay, mate? How are you going? We're getting a varying voltage on Q11. Meanwhile, the JVM's sitting over there behaving itself. Just gonna wrap my lead around my neck. Not in that way, champions. Q4, where are you, mate? You okay, buddy? Alright, you're ground. You're not changing no matter what. So you're not changing no matter what. Oh, 1.8, 2.3. Okay. What's happening on the other side of D15 and 16? Sorry, I'll go back to... keep forgetting what screen I'm on. D15, D16, where are you? Can't see any fucking diodes. Where are you? Oh, there you are. 15, 16. Connected at that point. On the other side, Your state is not changing, champion. Oh, it went there for a sec. Maybe we've got a dodgy pot. It went up to like 6 volts there and then went to nothing. Okay. Let's check pin 11 and 12. So, got an MC 14049 hex inverter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so your output's changing. Well, your input, I should say, at pin 11. What's happening at pin 12? Okay, so you're changing the opposite, as you should, because you're an inverter. What's happening at pin 9? You're changing. Pin 10, you should be the opposite. Yep. Whoa, you're only going to 2.5. The others are going to 13 volts. When you change, you're going to 2.5 or 0. So that's pin 10. So A6, pin 10. Oh, it's only going to the LED. So that'd be the voltage drop on the LED, perhaps. Channel 1 LED. Okay, so probably nothing to see here. Pin 15 is going to another LED. So it's probably only 2 point something as well. Yeah, 2.5. Okay, so nothing to see there. Alright, C22, C21. Well, hang on. You're only allowing a pulse through because you're a capacitor. So is that a muter? That's a muting circuit. So you're allowing a pulse. Okay, so Q4, let's scope the base of Q4. So you are either V plus by 47K, which is R71. You are measuring 13.3 volts. So that is that pin. No. Okay, so 1.8. Have we got a fucked Q4? Don't think so. Just trying to make sense of the circuit, champions. I'm not that smart, I told you. Yeah, you look at it. There's a cap there. 0.047. So that's not switching this with DC voltage. It's like sending a pulse through when the state changes. So to me, that's Q4 is a muting circuit, because otherwise there'd be a connection directly through there. You wouldn't have a cap. And then that is triggering all these FETs. So you got one there, which would bypass this stage completely. And that's going down to this one here, which would pretty much bypass this whole stage. What the? So it's only controlling those two FETs. And that one goes up to the effects send. What? Alright, someone rushing me to get a job done. Fantastic. I'm going to put this one aside because I haven't got time. I'm taking too long to do repairs, apparently. He's fucking messaging me. Nothing. Alright, I haven't got time for this one. Move on to the next. I haven't got time for fucking anything this day and age. JVM can fuck off. New valves. No time for anything means time for everything. What the fuck are you talking about, Basil? Stop talking shit. I don't know if that was particularly profound what you just said, but I didn't get it. All I know is I've got customers nagging me saying I'm taking too long to do everything. All it takes to ruin a day is 2 or 3 phone calls nagging, saying that it should be done by now. You get the, oh come on man, I put it in like 2 weeks ago. It's like, yeah, and? My queue is about 2 months long. I told you that when you dropped it off. But anyway. Very, very fucking stressful, to be honest. I put a stop on all repairs coming in. But everyone guilts you into taking it, and then they say, oh, it's no rush, you can take as long as you want, and then literally 2 weeks later they start ringing saying, come on man, it's been 2 weeks. They forget what they said, or they just were disingenuous to start with. Often that's the case. So I was going to get onto a Fender Pro Reverb, but I think I'm going to decline that job entirely because it's been hacked up. Basically, when you do mods to an amp, do one mod at a time and determine if the customer likes it or not. Don't do every mod that's published on Rob Robinette's site all at once. I love Rob Robinette's site, but his is not meant as a do every one of these to your amp at once. It's here's some ideas, this is what it does, try it out, see if you like it kind of deal. So literally 2 months ago Literally 2 months ago, a customer got a job done where everything under the sun was modified on his Pro Reverb. Now he may have well asked for all that stuff to be done, but in my case, I would decline that because you want to figure out what they're trying to do instead of trying to give them every feature all at once. Sorry, I'm just booting the computer. Apparently I'm an edge goose. Not sure what that means. The Go-Betweens. You seppos probably don't even know that band. Yeah, but the problem is it's already too far back in the queue done. I've got other techs that tell me that, but that's what gets you bad reviews. If you start being like vindictive towards your customers, you start to form bad blood between them, and it becomes I'm trying to think of the word. Fucking, you're enemies with a customer. You don't want to do that. Must have passed out. What's it? Still with the Randall? I never had a Randall. Not today. Is that Fender Blonde Tolex on the bench? Fender Blonde Tolex. I don't know what you're talking about. Where? I stopped answering the phone years ago. Yeah, I took my phone off the website. Now everyone gets upset because they can't ring me. Adversarial, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Ted. Anyway, what's fucking job sheets? Where are they? So yeah, I don't know, I'm gonna start saying no. Well, I've closed all repairs until further notice. But people just rock up with stuff, and get a bit upset if you don't take it on. Shit. Wrong fucking leads. Chill, Brad. Yeah. Easy for you to fucking say. Straight down, look like Tolex, or I'll put the amps on. No, it's just melamine. You mean my bench? Alright, so we've got a Fractal AX8 with reports of left-right issues, whatever that means. Left-right issues. What, it's been too political? G'day, how are you? Picking up the cord? Yep, just. I've got no idea, I haven't reconciled yet, so I'll have a look. Yep, I'll just have a look. Just one sec. Oh, that was nice. Here's me getting all negative, and then they were lovely. Alright, what are we doing? I need headphones. They're fans of the show. Alright. I'm just sitting on my microphone there. Got cables everywhere. Alrighty. Monitor. Australia. Oh, where's my strap? God damn it. I've had a lot of customers recently with reported problems with their equipment, but upon testing there's nothing wrong with it. And then they show me a photo of their setup, and they've got like 4 speaker cabinets, 3 amp heads, 2 MIDI controllers, 2 power amplifiers, 4 preamps, 4 effects processors, attenuators, load boxes, switches, cab switches, head switches. I'm like, fucking hell, man. You just need to learn how to diagnose issues, because just assuming it's the amp every time is going to be a massive time waster. Maybe those guys should have just got a fractal instrument. Gotta let the wifey carry the amp out. I'm not sure they were husband and wife, but yeah. Yeah, so most people are nice, Ted. It's just you remember the arseholes. That's the problem. Alright, so what's going on with this thing? It's just, it's not that my customers aren't nice. They're all nice. It's just pressure all the time, every day. Well, we've got no output. Okay, nothing's responding to anything. Oh, I hate trying to figure out these fucking things. Okay, so that's turning individual effects on and off. And that's not doing anything because nothing's assigned. So if you hold that, does that take you to where you set it up? No. Okay. Looks like I need to read how this fucking thing works. Edit, effects bypass. What does that show when you press the 2 of them? Bypasses? No? Okay, so that's changing page. Basic. That's me. Mix. Yeah, screen is right out of 95, eh? I think the process is out of 95. Move mode. Turn nav and press enter. Where's nav? Ah, nav. Okay. That had reverb on it. Where'd it go? Okay, press enter. Enter. Now what? No. Press enter. Yeah, that's what I did. Chorus. Okay, so you change. So that was reverb. What's this? Okay, so something. So the dynamics were on. No? I don't know. Preset. What the fuck? Alright. This thing is not intuitive at all. What am I doing? Preset, template, chorus. Now it's like you change the same knob twice and it does different shit each time. Look, painting fires. Okay, so that's changing settings and now it goes back to the menu. What am I changing? None. Now I turn it that way. I'm literally just changing the one thing. And now it's doing shit by itself. Mark II C+. Okay, so I'm changing presets. Now it goes back to the menu and all the lights have gone away. Can someone tell me if this thing's fucking up or not? Page 3. Okay, so I'm changing page presets up the top. 6.5. Okay, right. So 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, Mark II C+. Okay, I'm scrolling through the presets and there were no presets. Right, well that makes sense. Okay, so that changes. It's just the, I think the controls are a bit gunky because they're really jumpy. Alright, so that's a preset 3. So what happens if I go, what's C do? S setting 4? Set scene. Scene. Okay, so you got bank. No. Jesus Christ. So if you go, is it like bank up? No? Up and down? Who the fuck designed this thing? Amp on or amp off? No. Delay. Drive 2. Filter 2. So I'm changing what setting it. Okay, so I'm changing what that first thing is, but it's not changing anything. Control Alt Delete the but Jesus. Oh man, this thing's just so unintuitive to use. Okay, so what knob A changes whatever's in that position, right? But it doesn't appear to do anything once you change it. Two changes the preset. 3 change. C changes the scene. Alright, so channel 1 and 2 are in mono, so you wouldn't be hearing that in stereo. Let's how do I do that? Channel 1 and 2. Left, right. I think I've got to go into Motu to do that, maybe. Maybe it's in monitoring. All I need now is half a dozen customers to come in and stress me out. Motu. Turn off mono. Right, now you should be starting to hear some difference. I'll turn off monitor here. Now I'll monitor through OBS. And I'll turn my default output. Alright, now I can hear stereo. Alright, so what's the left and right problems? Okay, so it's defaulting back. I turn the knob and it tries to go and then goes back to full. I don't get this. Alright, so the only knob that's doing anything there is the output level. Is it literally just a setup issue? Setup? How do you... It says setup, shift, setup. Shift, setup, shift, setup. Hello? Exit. Fuck me. Shift, setup. No? You'd imagine that... I'm on my shitty fucking lead. Shift. Setup. No. Shift. Setup. No. Setup. Oh my god. Okay, so I think the buttons are all fucked. Okay, so you have to press shift and then it lights up and then you press setup. Okay. Why wasn't that working before? Okay, so if I hold that down, it locks it. Shift, setup. Okay. Global. Enter. How do I scroll down? Navigation. Right. Noise gate offset. Exit. I/O. Oh, fuck. Pressed exit instead of enter. This is like the worst user interface I've ever used. You got shit over here, navigating and shit there, entering. Like, why can't you just have 4 buttons in a cross? Oh no, my GMD 40 made a whole lot of popping noises and went bang. I'll email you for that New Zealand contact in due course, as I can barely afford food and rent. Shit. Back to the trusty Bugera. Yeah, if it works, it works. Alright, out 1, out 2, and then fucking hell. Instrument. In 1 instrument. Pad 12 dB. Out 1, main, nominal level +4. Into nominal level +4. That's the effects return. Out 2, 0 dB. Alright, so that's levels. Page. Am I hearing crackling? I am. Alright, so we've got crackling on the right hand side. That might be what he's talking about. Out 1 main mode, stereo. Into effects mode, left only. Send mode, stereo. Alright, I might just give this guy a ring back after I sort of said I haven't looked at it yet and I don't know what I'm going to get to. Now I'm getting messages. Messages. This is how the day evaporates, champions. More questions. Questions. No time, sorry. Goodbye. Alright, champions. So, left-right issues, it was described as, was partially, when you first got it, the XLR outputs weren't working. We think, excuse me, we think that, hiccups again, we think that that was a setting issue, because when we did a factory reset, that output came back in. So that may have been a user issue. But you're hearing there, as I turn this up, the right-hand channel, for those listening in stereo, the right-hand channel has a lot of noise on it. Hear that? Just comparatively. There's hiss on the left channel, but there's actual like crackling and stuff on the right hand channel in quite a high level. So I think that's going to be where we start looking. Alex, how you going, legend? Just in the horrible world of modelling. Not a big fan of modelers, champions. I don't know if you've picked that or not. I know everyone will call me a Luddite. Well, not everyone, just 6. I don't know, bro. I just plug in and I turn the knobs up and rock and roll time. Don't know what to tell you. I fucking like it. It's like having to reconfigure your fucking car every time you get in. No, I just want to kickstart the cunt and go. So, oh, hang on. Right, how do we get into this thing? Let's get a schematic, eh? Oh, strip screw. Let's see if we can find a service manual. I just these things you sort of have to figure out how they come apart. It's like keyboards. If you try and take it apart the wrong way, you just end up wasting time. It's good if you can have a guide that shows you the optimal way to disassemble stuff. No information at all. Awesome. Alright, champions, anyone got a Fractal AX8 service manual? Don't make me figure it out myself. Or are these one of those ones that don't release anything? Hey, JVM 205 with arcing issues. Awesome. Alright, well, let's think about it, since there seems to be no documentation available on planet Earth. We've got 2 halves. We've got a seam here. 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Take that off. We've got 2 end plates. And we've got a seam here. So this bottom lid has all the I/O stuff held captive. And this top one has all the UI stuff held captive. Some of these switches are loose, or all of them are loose, finger tight nuts, but they feel like the fake switches that aren't actually a switch. They're just a plunger that goes down and pushes on a surface mount. So let's take the end plates off, because I dare say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screws and they'll just pop straight off, and we maybe we'll at least be able to see the internal construction and the path forward to prosperity. I can see 6 isn't here because he's not giving me shit about being a Luddite and not loving modelling in all its forms. I'm just a low-tech guy, man. I deal with tech every day. I don't want to fucking deal with it in my own time. You know? Fractal have said enough times they don't... Fractal have said enough times they don't release scams or service manuals to the public. Have said enough times. What do you mean by enough times? Have said enough times. That sounds a little rude, but I think I'm just misconstruing what you're saying. It sounds to me like they've said it enough times, you should know by now. I don't fucking know. I don't have a golden phone to talk to Fractal. But if they don't release schematics to the public, that means they're one of the shitheads. There's no two ways about it, champions. You don't... I mean, who the fuck's going to clone this? Are they worried about the Chinese ripping it off or something? Because they already have, so don't worry about it. Alright, we've got what looks like a CUI power supply there, switch mode. You can see in there. Looks like all the user interface stuff is secured to the top. And there's a couple of ribbon connectors going to the processor board and the PSU. So I think we should be able to... Didn't mean to come across as rude. Okay, no, I'm just hearing it wrong then. In that case, if you didn't mean it that way, then I heard it wrong. Sorry, legend. It's me being a bit touchy, sorry. Alex would clone it. Yeah, make replacement boards for it. Right, so that screw has a threaded insert that's come off, so we're going to have to... Luckily, it's the end one. If it was one of the other ones, it would be pretty much impossible to get to. So, hey, that's one of the little blessings, champions. I should count my blessings that the failed threaded insert was accessible from the end. Smells like a Casio. Just buy the Thoman's version of it. I mean, at the end of the day, what are you going to find? You're going to find some analog to digital converters, some digital to analog converters, a shitload of DSP, a microcontroller, and a bunch of user interface stuff feeding the microcontroller. I mean, that's really... And the power supply, that's all you're going to see. No trade secrets here. To be honest, like, you're more likely to be able to steal analog shit because the tone of the circuit's actually defined by the values of the circuit and the construction and architecture. In this, the tone of the thing's defined entirely by the fucking processing algorithm. So you sort of, unless you can extract that from the do those screws go anywhere? No, they don't. They're screws that just don't fix anything to anything. I'm just unscrewing things mindlessly. And those 3 screws, I guess they're for feet. They were probably feet. Those ones actually fix off the 2 halves of the chassis, but those don't do anything. They must just be for feet. But because it was on a pedal board, they've taken it off. All the proprietary stuff is in the source code. Exactly, John. Dre Stowell. Can you please tell me how to pronounce your name? Brad would be the best ever if this were all a long game and he's got an incandescent light bulb in there to give off the magic gold glow, like the Pulp Fiction briefcase. Yeah. Have you seen the photos of the Pulp Fiction briefcase? It's just a light bulb with a switch and a fucking battery pack. Still don't know what was in it. Oop. Could have been the original script for Star Wars for all we fucking know. Alrighty, we have ribbon connectors that are glued closed. Thank you. Oh no, it's just silicon. Let's see if we can break that open without getting shit everywhere. Let's silicon was doing precisely fuck all. Alright, we have two halves. So the UI stuff can fuck off because I don't think there's any problems there. I can have a look at the output area. We've got some big ass caps. Some BACs. 63 volt. I guess 82 microfarad. I guess they're they've got that there in case it gets phantom power fed back up its bumhole. Okay. I don't think we've got any leaking surface mount caps because they've only got through-hole caps in the output stage. Got a bunch of diodes, which are probably it's like TVS diodes, because you're interfacing to the real world, so they're naturally gonna put some protection and stuff in that area. Some ground lift. Okay, so just tracing this out in my head. I've got Nippon Chemicon through-hole cap, so I doubt they're to blame. No evidence of leakage. Wonder if we can recreate the crackle without no, need the user interface. Alright, so we've got two Sharks, analog devices, ADSP 21469, and a bunch of other fucking numbers. Get our RAM chip there, which is BGA. All of this is BGA. Oh, maybe that's another RAM chip over there for the processor. So you got a Xilinx XC95144XT. I reckon that's the user interface processor. And then it's got its RAM chip there. Let's zoom in. So that's probably the CPU, and that's the RAM chip. Here's your two DSP engines and their local RAM. And analog devices ADG 4418 and then ADG 4418BR, and then over here you got an ADG 44. Yep, so you got another one of them and another one of them. So they're probably the ADCs. Let's look up some data sheets. Analog devices. Is it DG 441? I have had digital analog converters cause crackling and stuff on the output too. 441BR. 441BR. Four channel. Here's an analog switch. Ah, it's a CMOS individual independently selectable switch, and it's no longer manufactured. Thank you, DigiKey. So they must be our converters over here. So you got 1, 2, 1, 2. You got boost converter because it's got a little coil there.
buck boost, they call it. Well, it is a computer, Wes. Look at the top of my head. Let's just turn the webcam off, eh? Just realised if I make Sony boy invisible, I don't give you sound either. Enjoy the silence. Yeah, sorry. I probably talk too much. Definitely talk too much. Let's get this thing idling while it's apart. I'll see if I can pinpoint where the noise is coming from. Of course, that's going to be easier said than done, I think. Oh no, go that way. I'll prop it up with a block. Give it some power. This is a bit exciting for me. Maybe I can find a channel to watch some paint dry. You could do that if you want, Baz. Do you think that I should not do the jobs in the queue and just do entertaining stuff for you? Enjoy the Silence was a Depeche Mode reference. Because if you like, Bazza, give me your phone number. And I'll give it to all my customers who are waiting on jobs, and you can explain to them why they have to wait another day because I need to make entertaining content rather than diagnosing their jobs. Is that cool? Alright, we've got... God damn it. Yeah, I'm not a very entertaining channel, I'll give you that. I certainly don't think so anyway. And when I'm doing the most important stuff, it's actually the least entertaining, and that's what people have to realise about life. Some of the most important stuff is the dullest. It's fucking light, man. Go away. I was just referencing... Ah, the no audio. No worries.
Just stirring you, Bazza. How could I hate someone with the name Bazza? Bazza's like the ultimate international name for legends. If your name Bazza, you can down a pint in about 3 seconds, and you're always handy to help someone move house. Oh yeah, I can see the crackling there. Maybe not. Looks the same both channels. It's fucking identical. So what the fuck's going on, Jubians? You tell me it's okay now I've taken it apart. It's always the way. The boys wanna be here, the girls wanna be here. Alright, so left. Alright. Set to 12 o'clock. Okay, so channel 1 is showing heaps more noise. Why isn't the scope picking that up? Is the scope just not sensitive enough? Oh, this fucking... What's the component that sort of looks like an Ethernet port? That's a USB port. Down here, you mean? Or this one? That'd be a programming, yeah, in-circuit programming connector. That'd be for when they finish, when it comes off the PCB, fucking manufacturing thingy. You know, what am I trying to say? The reflow oven. And it gets all cleaned off and shit. The last thing they do is plug that in. The programming jig would run a program and install the firmware on the unit, and then it goes into assembly. Fractal has an unannotated repair service in an immense pull down menu. Dollar amounts go up to $13.20. Fuck that. Okay, so looking on the scope, it looks identical amount of noise on both channels. Then plugged into this, just swap channels. Yep, it's following the channel. All right, so I guess the scope, it's just too shit to measure it. Let's put it on ×1. It's identical on both channels. So what the fuck's going on? Maybe I'm too dumb. Definitely too dumb. I'm signing off. See you, Ted. I think I'm about to fucking sign off too. Get over it. I don't know, champions. Besides shotgunning, I can't figure out why the scope's not showing any difference in the noise level between the two channels, but it's easily audible. Have I got that set to bandwidth limited? Why is the invert button showing a voltage there? I think there's ongoing issues with my scope. What's new? Okay, now I can see. So you got the noise. The issue is the noise is supersonic because it's picking up RF and shit, probably from the lights. But I can see fluctuation occurring at a lower frequency on the right-hand channel, but not on the left. Or sorry, I should say on the left-hand channel, not the right, because I'm looking at it ass backwards. Now that channel is the one showing the excessive noise. So I am seeing it, it's just it's being hidden by RF. I really need like a low pass filter on my yeah, I did it. Oh, I didn't do a firmware update. I did a factory reset. Alright, so inductor. It's occurring before the after the inductor and before the inductor. R33. R33 goes to ground and also to the cap. Cap input. R31. It's occurring there too. And before R31. Where does that trace go? Yeah, you gotta sort of. It's really weird. It's like a psycho thing. It's like a psychological thing. You can see the fluctuations if you look at the screen, but you look to the right of the screen, not directly at it. Otherwise, your brain's just overwhelmed with the fuzziness of the signal. But if you look to the right, you can see the trend. Your eyes work like a low pass filter. Huh. Crazy. Okay. So it stopped occurring at that point. Let's check for DC. Try a bit of cable. It sounds like buck passing if I've ever heard it.
So we're not getting fluctuating DC. Dealing with tiny signals is really fun, eh? Alright, so it's present on both sides. So we're going all the way up to the op amp U4. Which is a... Fuck, magnifying glass. Analog devices. Is that a hash? Fuck, can't even make it out. AEST801. It's a 4075-2. Four oh seven five -2. ADA 4075-2. Dual high performance low noise operational amplifier. $5.25 each. Fucking hell. Let's check the power supply rails. Ooh. Check the data sheet, hang on. Got slight voltage fluctuation, 1 millivolt. One of the outputs. Let's check the input. Alright, so it's upside down. This is doing my fucking head in. So out one. So that's the... Sorry, I'm just getting my bearings here. Volts. Okay, so output B on pin 7, showing about -1 millivolt. What are its inputs doing? Compare that to the other good channel.
think we might have a sketchy op amp on the output there, champions. So one way to change it relatively painlessly is swap the two op amps over and see if the problem follows the op amp. And if so, probably order one or two and replace them. We can do that without damaging anything. See you, mate. Pack up the GMD 40. Sorry to hear about amp breaking, by the way, buddy. Imagine if it's decoupling cap having a broken solder joint causing a noisy local supply. Yeah, well, don't know. Just completed the melanoma survey on my head. Thanks, mate. It's cheaper than I expected it to be. Right, so let me just refresh my memory. What output were we getting noise on? Output 1. I should say input 1, which is left. Yep. Sorry, you probably just got a big thump through the system then. So we'll turn the temp down a bit. Don't want to damage the chip. I'll get some chip removal solder. And get the tweezers. Just a quick, easy way to, it's like swapping valves around, I guess. Quick, easy way to determine whether it's the chip or something else in the circuit. He doesn't look a thing like Jesus. The Killers. When I heard the band name The Killers, I think you guys can understand how disappointed I was when I heard what they sound like. Alright. We have liftoff. Come here, you cheeky bugger. You're attached to a ground plane, aren't you? There you go. Alright, you go there. Don't lose position of what's what. Come on, you fucker. The flux makes it stick to the tweezers. He doesn't look a thing like Jesus, but he swims like a terrapin. See how it goes? Let's go leaded solder. Fuck the planet. Just tin the power pads. Ooh, they've got an application sheet. Alright, let's put the right-handy one in the left-handy position. And back to front because we're working from the front of the unit, not the rear. Getting shaky because I haven't fucking eaten anything. Right when I don't need to be. I need to not be, I should say. A bit more flux. God damn it. Find a tip would probably be a good idea. There we go. All your problems can be solved by more flux. Oop. Someone's driving past. Just got the eight horn toots in a row. G'day whoever you are. Hope you're having a bloody wicked Saturday, not working like I am. Get down. Come on. Right, just get a bit of a close-up of that and just make sure no bridges, everything's soldered. Yep. And the other one, yep. Alright, moment of truth. Let's see if the noise issues have followed the chip to the channel 2. And if not, I'm going to have lunch and saying fuck it all. No, problem stuck with channel 1. So it's not the chips. Something else. Yay. Yay! Watch my zipper. Don't short anything out. Because the signal's so tiny, it's really hard to pinpoint it to anything. What brand flux do I use? I use Chem Tools. You ready? CT-NC FP-S10-PT. So memorable. Swap channels on your interface just in case the problem still is there. I did that to start with, and yeah, followed the unit, not the interface channel. Alright, dig in deeper. I don't really have enough precision gear to be able to track down such a tiny noise issue. Must be after a family member. Yeah. Okay, I can see it there, sort of. But not there. This is incredibly boring. Go and do something else, champions. I'll tell you when it's done. What's that song? Da 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 da. Yeah, I think I'm just convincing myself I can see it when I can't. CS4272. That rings a bell. There's no SMD caps there, Alex. That's the thing. They're all through hole, and they're all either Panasonic or Nippon Chemicon. There's some further upstream, but they're all power supply decoupling shit. 100 microfarad Delios. Just having trouble tracing this double-sided schematic. It's probably multi-layer board too. Where the fuck are you going?
Luckily, Fine Champions. Test ripple on pins 4 and 8. Yeah, there's fuck all. There's like none. It's not ripple anyway, Alex. It's like crackling.
The rails are much more stable than the signal itself, but it's just tracking it, tracing the signal, tracing the, yeah, well, the signal. Because you got traces that disappear under chips, and you got a multi-layer board, and no schematic. So, not sure we can do much, because Fractal don't want you to be able to repair their stuff. Fractal wants you to be broke all the time. So only buy Fractal if you want to throw it in the bin when it fails.
Alright, let's look up the digital analog converter. See, Wes? Yeah, I get what he's saying, but everything's stable. So, that's the first thing I check. The voltage rails. The supply rails. What number was it? AED. No, CS. CS 4722. No, 4272. 272. 24-bit, 192 kilohertz stereo codec. Data sheet, please. Got differential output. Holy fuck. Excuse me. Alright, A out B, A out A. Analog out A and B plus minus. Alright. Let's have a look. What's that? Got a voltage superimposed on it. .4 volts. That's the same on both channels.
So I don't think it's coming from the converter. It's pretty solid. So it's coming from the converter and it disappears straight into vias to somewhere in the middle of the board. Awesome. I really don't want to give this one up, champions, but I think I'm going to have to. Okay, what's going on? Something's going on with my probe now. It's turning into a shit fight. I'm going to fuck off, champions. I'm going to go frown at this thing for hours and figure out what I'm doing with my life. What part sub for muting transistors here? There are none. It's open tap all the time. I could try a firmware update, but I risk breaking the thing if I do that. The noise isn't just hiss, Alex. It's a fluctuating crackling. So it's not just a noise gate or something setting. I've heard it before, and it's usually either a failing op amp, failing coupling cap, a noisy limiting diode on the output or input, like a static arresting diode. Go to the pub and get a few pints in you. I don't have time for that shit. I've got to fucking get jobs out. Dustin, I'd love to. Anyway, I'm gonna piss off, and if I figure out the solution to this, I'll just put it up as a post on the community tab. So keep an eye out for that. But thanks for joining us, legends. Take it squeezy. If you can't be good at something. Unlike me.